Friday, May 24, 6:25 a.m. Just looking at things here. Got the daily here. Made a push up in the overnight. Just a random tick chart. And not a whole lot to go off of except it's going up, and looks like the EMA is holding on this so far. See what it looks like as we get a little bit closer to the open. If I'm gonna be picking a direction. I did replace a couple of the accounts that I blew up, so all of these now are fresh 50Ks. So 9 fresh 50Ks. And I've got the 250K. And then another 50K. Hopefully I could pass on the next trade I take. And Apex did announce that they're extending the sale to May 30th, so next Thursday now. So everything that's been in place for their current promo continues, which means I didn't need to buy all these accounts yet, but that's how they roll. Seems like I'd be able to find some tick charts today based on what the price action looks like. Just starting to look a little bit right now. Got 2 minutes before the open. I mean, right now my bias is up for a retest of the high. But is it going to do that before the market even opens? So 1 minute. Already going for that retest. A little confusing. So I think it could go for that retest and then come back down potentially. Oh wow. Hey Alma, good morning. So the way this was pushing up, I thought for sure we were going to get this retest. It was too close. to go along. And I actually didn't think it would go short like this right away first. I mean, if I had my short in on an OCO, it wouldn't have been up here anyway for me. So no open for me today. Yeah, I'd be concerned about the short even under here, even under here. Yeah, I don't know. One thing is good is I do have at least one tick chart. It says I took the long before the open and closed it before the bell. Nice one. Put a tick chart here. This one's looking good for now. And see if I can find one more. All right, so I've got two that I'll go with. It says tricky open. I'm bullish overall. Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. I mean, I'm expecting a retest of this high at the very least. Like I said when I started, and then we'll see what happens from there. AMA is bearish below 18,670. All the way below there, below the session of the day. All right, so we've got the new high now. And now let's see what happens. Just staying patient here. Now that we've got a new high off of this, really anything can happen at this point. So I just have to, at this point, I just observe and see what the market decides it wants to do from here. It's very much range-like behavior. At the previous day close right here. So now that we've got a new high in place, the previous day close might be the target. That's if the overall upward bias can't continue. So just based on what I'm seeing so far, the upside might be over for now, but gotta see what happens at support if it can hold still. Because also it's kind of a little bit like there's a little breakout here and there's a little bit breakout here, which makes me think that the bottom could give out this time. Also on the daily, it makes more sense that we come back and really touch this level, which I wasn't able to do yesterday. So we'll see. Almost says failed breakout. Yeah. A little bit failed breakout here. A little bit failed breakout here. It just goes to show, like, if you tried to play the breakout of the bigger, wider channel for the, after the open, all the way up here, you probably got stuck. Same thing on this side. So the only way to have played it today was tight to the short side here, or tight to the long side afterwards. All right, so I'm going to try to trade more aggressively again, kind of like yesterday, except I'm going to just try to take good trades. At the same time, I do have a whole lot of accounts, and I want to make sure that I get through them before the 1 month is up for renewal. And I also want to take advantage of the fact that I have a week here where if I do blow accounts, I can still get more and replace them, in a week from now. So, or next Thursday. So I want to be aggressive, but also at the same time, I do want to make sure I lock in a win for this account and try to pass it. And then I want to do a better job of trading closer to what my setups actually are. Yesterday I was just trying things just for the sake of it, because I knew I had the insurance of being able to just get more accounts no matter what happens. And that still exists. So the 90% for me is tricky, because every time there's ever been a 90% while I've been trading on Apex, I get that mentality, and then I just go off the rails, and I tend to blow way more accounts way faster. If it wasn't for a 90% discount, I would have had way less evals over the time. So I don't know if anyone else played the orb today. Kind of curious to take a look and see if any of these YouTube guys took something. It doesn't even look like Alpine is live right now. All right, he's not starting till later again. Curious to see if volatility did anything. Alma says, if I was an Apex customer, I would buy 40. Well, that's the thing. That's what you can do. But at the same time, if you buy 40 of the 50Ks, every 10 is $160. So it adds up real quick. Yeah, 90% off is a great deal. It's a great deal. It's just, I find it ironic that they are really pushing the don't gamble, but the 90% just makes you want to gamble the accounts. I know their focus is on the PA accounts, but the timing is pretty funny. And that they extend it time and time again. But I'm not complaining, because I'd rather be able to get, it's basically being able to buy 2 for the price of 1 at the 80% price. So volatility took a short on the open. But it looks like he's not doing it on Apex anymore. He's doing it on a different prop firm. So I don't know. All right. So we got to bounce up. Support's holding. We're going to break out to the upside. I didn't see any kind of entry for me. Oh, Alma says, I think he made it to payout. Is that what it was? He's showing his accounts on, I guess it's precision funding, maybe. So maybe he qualified for payout on precision. Alma says we're all excited to find out. Yeah, you said it's precision. Alma says we're all excited to find out if they pay out, if precision pays out. Yeah, I don't know anything about precision. They must be real new. All right, this thing's continuing to go up. my tick chart. I mean, if I was going to measure, I think I'd go like this. Yeah, does volatility have, I don't know what, he's using some kind of Bollinger Band too, it looks like maybe? This is different than mine though. He's using some kind of band on this chart, I just noticed. His is like much wider than mine. So I don't know what exactly he's using. Anyway. So first entry, second entry was up here. Interesting price action, just a lot of back and forth. I mean, it kind of felt like a little bit of a failed breakout here. It's a little bit of a failed breakout here, but at that point you could kind of say, okay, well, this is maybe the bottom. And you can say this is maybe the top. And you get another failed breakout. There's a second entry here on the 1 minute. But after this breakout, I don't know, it felt pretty steep, so I didn't want to go short against it. It's really still just kind of a range with an upward bias. That's kind of what it seems like. I mean, this kind of goes all the way to there for support. So I hope it's not one of those days where I just can't find a reason to take a trade. Because because I have too many accounts to not be able to find setups I like. I wonder if I should move this up to the original place. Interesting, on my tick chart, there's a first entry, second entry right here, but I don't trust this going right into the EMA. And then I'm looking at the 1 minute, it's going right into the EMA in the midline of where I see a range too. So I wouldn't be surprised if that fails right now, but I also wouldn't want to take a failure. Second entry didn't trigger on the 1 minute chart, but it looks like it's about to fail on the tick chart. We'll see. So it came real close there. Looks like it's going to fail. This is what's been happening with these tick charts every day. Boom. Every day, like I find good tick charts and then they pick up a loss really early. They used to hold up. So actually both of my tick charts are the same situation. First entry, second entry failed. So I can't use those tick charts anymore. I'd have to look for new ones. Let me read the chat. Amma says, long setup for me. I'm assuming it was down here. I'm getting hammered in at 18,755. You went long around here. Did you get stopped out? Future Wealth, what's up? How are you? How's the trading going this morning so far? I think you said you wait until 10 Eastern. Is that right? I feel like you mentioned that. Just typically what I kind of do, except for the open, but no open for me today. So yeah, price action really interesting because it was like a failed breakout here, pre-market. And then where I originally had my range was kind of like a failed breakout up here, even though I moved it to here. And then I came back down, tried to say it was breaking out again up here, but it failed again. And now it's come out the bottom. So just not really too sure. To me, I feel like my whole expectation was pre-market. We made this high. I was looking for that retest of the high, which we got here. It even retested that. So to me, it makes sense that it's kind of done everything it was going to do to the upside, and maybe it wants to close the gap. It's kind of what I'm thinking. But I don't know, because so many times it'll fail at the top, it'll fail at the bottom the same amount. If you measure it. Oops. Measure the breakout. It's just shy of that right now. So it might just be doing the same thing on both sides and keep going back and forth. Or it'll trickle down here. Yeah, Future Well says he waits until 10. Yeah, that's what I thought I remembered you said. Which I totally get, by the way, because that's how I've been forever. Before I started trading the orb, I literally would not even start. I wouldn't even turn on my chart until it was almost 10. Yeah, Future Well says I'm going to wait for direction. I'm kind of with you. Because this is kind of a lot of whipsaw action. Easy to get caught up in something. I'm just going to see if I can find other tick charts. This one's looking good. Yeah, this one, there wasn't a second entry up here. It wasn't till down here, and that just worked. Everything else before here's worked. But it's definitely not feeling like, I don't know, it's not feeling like it's going up here. Could be wrong, but it feels like it's coming down here. Yeah, Future Well says this ping pong action isn't it. I agree. Definitely not it for me. Try this too. Okay. So back with 2 tick charts. So trying to creep back inside this range. At this point, the range maybe is just lower. Hard to say. So on this, kind of a first entry, second entry with a higher low. Again, going right into, oh, look at that, the EMA, the midline, the mid, Bollinger, but boom, was there news? I wasn't even paying attention. News, okay. Well, there's a pop, but what's it going to do about this range now? UOM consumer sentiment. It says, OMG, that was my long. Yeah, but it was news. Were you still in this trade? Were you still in the long at that point? Oh, wow, look at that. It decided it needed to get to the measured move, maybe? Before it fails again? I don't know. It's confusing. Oh, the pullback. Almost as the pullback got me out. Yeah, here. Sorry to hear that. All right, so now we're essentially at the measured move of what I felt was one leg up, two legs up. Of course, you can always make an argument that the one leg up is to here and that this is to here. But I think I like my original measurement. Futurewell says, I'm so upset. I placed 2 micros by an accident on this long. When did you place? I'm confused. When did you get in? That happened so fast. Like, did you put a long order in? Oh, you were originally supposed to use 10, but were you trying to play the news? Alma says I should have re-entered. I don't know how you would have re-entered though, because I mean you had kind of like a higher low, but it was an inside bar on my chart, and then the news hit and this thing just took off. And the bottom of the range was like very much in question. If I pull it over here. I don't know. I didn't see a way in for me personally. I was really surprised by what it just did. Because for me, I was just like trying to figure out even like what is the actual bottom of the range. Yeah, Futurewell says, yes, it's on stream. No, I wasn't playing news. I forgot, honestly. Yeah, I totally overlooked this myself completely. The only thing that was getting me kind of interested was this bar here. Man, I just noticed. Again, these charts don't hold up. First entry short, second entry short, triggered below it. Technically failed, and now is going lower. So that's what I'm saying about these tick charts, man. It's like I used to find charts that were consistently working all through the overnight, and they would hold up. They would hold up during the regular market, and they're just not holding up anymore. Which obviously changes everything for my system. Because you see that happen enough times, and it's like, okay, well, do I even want to find other charts? Seems like every chart I find just doesn't hold up. So it's like I can't trust it the way I used to. Futurewell says I was watching the bottom and how it held. Yeah, I'm with you. I was kind of like looking at it that way too, but I wasn't convicted enough to. I didn't have enough conviction to think about taking anything there. All right, try a different tick chart. It says, we are all brave for playing this tricky price action. Kudos. I mean, you're braver than me because I'm not finding a way to do anything here in this stuff. This is just a little chaotic, which is how the market's been lately. I mean, yesterday seemed like a pretty hard day, even though the direction had become pretty clear at a certain point. And I still just watching it the whole way down yesterday and still wasn't believing it was going all the way down. It's like, couldn't believe my eyes. Weird day. And let's see how these tick charts do. So again, my usual strategy is I come in and I look for tick charts where every second entry is working for a predefined set profit target. And then, usually I'll trust the chart and take most of the entries, but it's just not how it's been lately. Haven't been able to trust them lately because they just fall apart. I mean, they're falling apart at 10 Eastern. So here's actually new low, first entry, second entry below this bar. Let's see if this one works. Seems like it wants to. There it goes. That would have worked. It worked barely so far. On this chart, first entry, no second entry yet. And on the 1 minute, I don't know. Saggy, good evening to you. Welcome back. Actually, I was thinking about it yesterday after I finished. Like, man, I haven't seen Saggy around in a long time. And then I didn't comment yet, but I just saw that you had posted or you commented on one of the videos yesterday. It's like, oh, there he is. It's kind of funny. I thought of you and then I saw your name. I didn't see it till this morning. Welcome back. Hope you've been well. I mean, this market is still just kind of rather confusing. Saggy says, this month is terrible for you, dude. I'm trading in London session now. That's why. But I watched every video. Hard times. I also blown 1 PA last week. Yeah, I definitely run into some tough times. I don't have any PAs at the moment. I'm also, I mean, it's weird because the market has just kind of changed also. So my, what I refer to as my BS system on my tick charts just hasn't been there for me the last couple weeks. And so I've been trying to adapt and do other things to be able to keep trading in the meantime, since it's clearly, for whatever reason, there's been a shift in the market, and I'm just not finding charts that I can find to be reliable. And then just like some bad timing, like where I've picked up losses at the time I picked them up, or definitely ran into a couple bad orb trades. I've lost 3 of them out of all the ones I took. So I lost some accounts just on the single trade before the new rules thing happened on Apex. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm still learning from all these situations, and I'm trying to just improve, in other areas of my trading game, so that, I can hopefully try to trade in any kind of market. But no doubt about it. I mean, I think I've talked about it, where I've now gone through 10 PA accounts and not a single payout. And I never imagined in my wildest dreams that I would have had 10 PAs and not get a single payout from at least one of them. So yeah, I agree. It's been tough. It's been tough to accept, but I'm not giving up. I think the market's just been trickier lately. I look around on YouTube as well, and just a lot of people have had some bad days recently. So it's not just me. I think just about every YouTuber that I've followed in this space, they've all had at least 1 or 2 bad days in the past, couple of weeks. That, people that have been like really consistent for a long time. So I think anytime the market gets up to these like all-time highs, the market gets really kind of bizarre. Honestly, like the personality changes. Kind of old rules go out the window, it seems like, in terms of price action. Saggy says win rate also dropped from 82 to 78. Not just me and you. So many YouTubers also have had bad month or weeks in this month. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, definitely seen it in my win rate. Although, I mean, yesterday I took 10 trades, and literally, I don't know that even a single one of those trades fits my actual like trading strategy of any kind in terms of the setups I take. I was really just, 10 trades in one day, and they were all just taking stabs at it, really, because I had nothing to lose. I literally was able to replace any accounts that I blew up for $16 each. And so that was my mentality. And because it was supposedly going to be the last day of the sale, I was like, all right, well, I'll take advantage of the sale. If I get lucky on these trades and make money, then it's a good thing. And if the trades don't work, because I'm just trying things, then I just buy another account for $16 and replace it. So, when you're trading like that, and you've been trading a system where you're solid on your rules, and if there's just no setups that meet your requirements, you just don't take a trade that day. If you go from that to doing what I did yesterday, which is taking 10 trades that all don't fit the requirements of any of my normal setups, then yeah, I'm going to get 5 losses in a single day. So I've definitely been taking more chances just because of the 90% sale that, you know, is, I would say, a large reason why my percentage has gone down as much as it has, the 4%. So I'm just taking a lot of trades that aren't what got me to 82%. You know, that's just the reality of it. I was taking a very limited, specific kind of trade. And we saw it got me to 82%. And then now when I open it up and I'm just more aggressive and taking trades that aren't my setups, you know, that's the effect. Sagi says this month is a nightmare for traders, I think. All-time high, traders losing and investors making money. Yeah, I think it's definitely just been much harder to day trade. I think you're right. I think investors that just buy and hold, they're definitely doing great in this market overall. Oh, man. I wasn't watching, but seems like first entry, second entry, and failed. We're at the measured move, by the way. But again, I mean, this is not a setup I would take, but it is technically a first entry, second entry that failed. So again, this is like how it's been, where I'm just watching these charts fall apart time and time again. It's like a domino effect. And there was a time trading my strategy on these tick charts where I would find a chart that would consistently work in the overnight leading up to the open, and then I would watch the first half hour of the open too and make sure it was continuing to work. And these charts would stay good. Like there were days where the charts would stay good all day, at least till 12:30 Eastern. And now it's just like so rare that a chart doesn't have these terrible entries that end up obviously not working. And it's why I haven't been able to trade on the system. It's why, I went from an 82% trader to not being able to trade the system and having to find other ways to take entries. And it's just not working out for me. And it's why I'm not even like focusing on these charts as much anymore, because I just know that they're not holding up right now at these levels of the market. And a lot of times it is because of these reasons. It's like the counter trend entries, that I wouldn't take anyway, because I would think that they would probably fail. So I still have one tick chart, but I just don't have a lot of faith in it. I'm looking to see if I can find any others, but I'm just not seeing them. All right, so beyond the measured move, this thing is just taking off. If I measure it on the 1 minute chart, let's see what we get. One leg, well beyond 2 legs that way. So now we're just taking it all back from yesterday. Wow, look at that. I really thought it would come down here and give us a bounce before it would go. Shows you I don't know anything. It's that measured move was to right there. But you saw a reaction to it. Maybe I would have been more inclined to take this second entry if I had realized that that was right at the measured move. The other thing to kind of do is measure from here. Another target. Saggy says, I'm studying crude oil now. Every clean price action. Were you saying very clean price action? Yeah, I've never looked at oil. I've never. Yeah, very, very, very clean price action. Interesting. I've never followed oil. I like NASDAQ, but it just, lately it's tough. I think Alpine or somebody was looking at oil recently, and I was like, what? Like, I'm surprised. I don't know if it was Alpine or somebody else. Somebody was just looking at it recently that I don't remember them ever looking at it before. Okay, I'm just going to take a 1 minute break here. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, all right. So it's already reached this measured move now. What a crazy market. So here's actually, back here's an example of what I was trying to do yesterday. The first close on the top Bollinger Band where it closes right on it. If you enter above that bar, I keep seeing that you can get 5 points pretty easily every time that happens. Now, if you try to enter it late like me, then maybe it won't work. Like yesterday, I ran into a couple losers that way. But it's just an observation I've had that it seems like every time the first bar, like in an uptrend kind of situation, when it closes on the upper band, you can get 5 points out of the next move from there. It didn't work out for me yesterday, but I was mistiming where my entries were. So just something I continue to observe. Which was, this one came up just short at 5 points. Would have worked for 4 though. Another example back here. Another example down here. I don't know, just something I'm noticing. But I think it's like, if I were to do it, it's the first time. It's not like the second time. If there is a second time, I don't see another one like that. Sagi says, oil futures looking so great now. I'm paper trading it now, risking 1 to 2. 2 weeks, only 7 trades, 2 losses, 5 wins. Looking great on oil futures. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you find something different that is working for you, then that's awesome. I think it's just one of those things, though. It's like it's like anything else, you know. It's like what might be working at any given time. You know, it all changes over time. So it's good to be able to, I guess, spread your wings and try different commodities and whatnot. But they all go through kind of different, they all have like different personalities at different times of the year. So I think it's probably generally true that what's working great at one point might not be working great at another point. Maybe that's why it's good to be able to look around at different things. Anyway, so we're at the measured move. We had a little bit of a reaction to it, it seems like. But it also seems like the market doesn't want to give up yet. Just trying to take it all back from yesterday. Wow, look at that. That was the daily, by the way, I just showed. Daily chart. So it's really just trying to take it all back from, I mean, yesterday was trying to take it all back from the NVIDIA earnings from the end of the day and overnight. Took it all back. And now today is trying to take that all back. Meanwhile, I've got, what I count? 11 accounts and no trades. What am I going to do with all these accounts if I can't get trades? I almost wonder if it even makes sense to keep track of my stats anymore. I mean, to a degree, it's still interesting, but now that I've veered off just my like tried and true, I mean, I know when I'm able to trade my strategy, my typical strategy, I know I'm an 80 to 82% trader, right? I guess we can say. But if I start kind of doing more speculative trades, that's obviously going to change. So I don't know how relevant it is to keep track of like the all, but I don't know. I guess I started doing it, so I might as well keep doing it. I think it is interesting to keep track of like the orb specifically, even though like Alpine's not even trading the orb anymore on his PAs. He's just waiting, it seems like, to see if other people do it and if they get payouts or not by following the rules. I tend to think, I don't have any PAs now, and I'm not qualifying for any payouts currently, but I tend to think that as long as you're following the rules, you can take the orb, because there's ways to follow the rules and still take it. So I'm still gonna work on it. Just taking it the way that the rules state you can do it. That's interesting because obviously I could OCO on evaluations all day long and it doesn't matter. But I'm just gonna try to play by the rules even on the evaluations just to get used to trading it that way, so that if I feel like I can still be good enough on that trade, then I'll use it on my account. And the key difference will be just not risking the whole account on that one single trade. So if it goes against me, I'll be taking a loss. So I don't know if the percentages will hold up that way. In my testing, it was like 94% trade or something, pretty much. But maybe that goes down if you're having a tighter stop loss of like a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1. So he says, yeah, I'm going slow now, only focusing on risk because my strategy is A++. When I backtest, there are only few losses. That's why only risk and no emotions. It's very hard to control emotions. Yeah, I'm with you. The emotional side of things is the hardest part about trading. Like finding a strategy and learning it and getting good at it and testing it. Like that's all the easy part. Not that it's easy, but it is in comparison to managing emotions with real money on the line in the live market, and being able to handle when you get a loss. Because when you're backtesting, you get a loss, you don't really care. But then when you get a loss and it actually means something, then it stirs something in us, you know. And sometimes it makes us do crazy things, you know. So I agree. Also, the other thing though too is I don't know about you, but there's never been a time where I don't make money when I'm sim trading, backtesting, sim trading, playback, whatever you want to call it. Anytime I'm sim trading, it's like I'm a genius. I can do no wrong. I'll win every trade. And then when I try to do the same things in the live environment on my Apex accounts, you know, it could be a whole different story. So that's like with the Bollinger. I mean, I haven't been testing the Bollinger very long, but I took some sim trades for a few days in a row on the Bollinger Bands, like this kind of a trade. Worked every time. It's like so easy. I'd make like over $1,000 every time I tried to sim trade it. And then, and then I tried it yesterday and I just totally mess it up and get losses. Saggy says, I'm planning to go to the meditation center for 2 weeks. It might help me follow emotions. Yeah, you know what? I've never tried meditation in my entire life, but I actually believe in it that it works. I don't know why I've never tried it, but I actually believe it. Meditation's really good to do. I wish I had the ability, not that the ability, but I don't know. With a with a 3-year-old, there's not much time for meditation in life. I guess I had chances before that to try it, but I don't know. I guess I've always needed something to, oops, I've always needed something to have my mind distracted by, I guess is what I would say. Like my mind is always like on overdrive, and I'm always like thinking about things. So even like when I'm going to sleep at night, like I need to be listening to something, or like I need to have something where my mind can focus on something else other than my own inner thoughts. Otherwise, I won't even sleep at night. So I think it'd be really hard for me to meditate, to find the inner quiet enough to actually truly meditate and not just be analyzing every little thing in my life while I'm trying to meditate. Sagi says 15 miles away from my home there's a meditation center. It's all free, food, accommodation, all free, no fees for anything. Just register and go. That sounds really cool. It's one of those things. I have a feeling that if I figured out a way to find the time to meditate, and if I actually like worked on figuring out how to settle my mind, I'd probably really like it. But I just don't even know how to, I wouldn't even know where to begin to try to make that happen. Probably be really good for me though. Sagi says, teach me someone how to trade at an all-time high. Seriously, me too. I don't know how to trade this at all. See what the 5-minute looks like. It's the 5-minute chart. Sagi says, I think we are on the same stage, making mistakes, learning. Yeah, I think a lot of people are, I think a lot of people that even portray themselves as being amazing traders, I'm sure you know some of them on the YouTube space. I think they're probably in the same position too, even though they're even, further along, been trading longer, or maybe even making money. But yeah, I think a lot of people are like us, because also it takes a lot of time watching charts and to be able to see all the different scenarios, because the amount of possibilities are infinite in terms of what markets can do and how they can behave. And so just to like even be watching the charts over the years long enough to have like seen all the different kinds of behaviors that are possible, it's not everyone has had the experience of trading at all-time highs, and the market definitely does different things. It has like different quirks at these levels. So yeah, but I agree. I think you and I are probably very much in the same place. But I think the good thing is like self-awareness, right? It's like, when you know what your limitations are, or, like when you're watching the chart and you're just like, I don't know how to trade this, like it's good to just not trade in it. Because more likely than not, if you feel like you don't know how to trade in it and you're just stabbing at it, you'll be me yesterday. Just, 5 for 5. Like, I was lucky I got out alive with my 250K account intact. Because, I mean, I think I was within like almost $1,000 of drawdown of blowing it up yesterday. And then I brought it all the way back above the starting balance and actually came out green. And it was just a honest like shot in the dark that brought that account back yesterday. It was just like, okay, it's selling all day. I'm just going to hit the sell button. That's basically what I did. But there was like no skill in that. There's no setup. There's no like, okay, valid reason to take a trade other than I'm just going to swing for the fences and hope that it reaches the previous day's low. And that was my target. And that worked out when I took that last trade. So otherwise, and the other thing too is, when I'm trading this way and not trading my regular system, I'm more setting targets that I'm going for. So the risk reward is much, much better. And so if I do get a loss, it's easier to make up the loss, because if I see room for a big move, I'll try to set the target for it. So in that way, it's a little bit of a better trading style, because it doesn't take, 3 or 4 or more trades to make up one loss. All right, so again, we reached this 2 legs up, 1 leg, 2 legs, definitely got a reaction off of it. And now we're headed, who knows where, but maybe we're done to the upside, who knows. I mean, yesterday I took a trade where I had 1 point of support like this, and I just blindly put a limit order saying like, oh, maybe if this holds, then I'll just get a bounce. And it literally, I put my limit order in, it came, it took me in, it just went right down like this candle too. It just took me right out of the trade. Yeah. So when you're trading like that, you're going to definitely just get more losses. All right, so let's see what goes on here. This is going to be a failed breakout. By the way, just still nothing going on my tick charts. There's no entries that I could take. This is a new low, first entry, second entry. Like, going to short below this in this steep uptrend? I don't think so. If I measured here, so again, maybe if I was more confident in my tick charts right now and I was watching them more closely, I would have done this measured move here and seen that setup, new low, first entry, second entry right off the measured move. Maybe, but I don't think so. This is such a strong move up. I don't think I would have trusted that to take that trade. Oh, and actually, this chart had a loss already before it, so I wouldn't even be trading this chart anymore anyway. No, I would have been wanting to look at this. This was the chart that I was going to switch it to, which is a really big tick chart. No trade up there on this one. New low here, first entry. This is similar. Second entry below this bar. But again, I wouldn't have trusted this for short. I'm sure the measurement's the same. There's no way I would have trusted that. All right, so seems like a failed breakout, but still no setup for me. Sagi says, all right, brother, see you later. Have a great weekend. Going to the restaurant with a friend. Have a great day. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming by again. It's nice to have you around. Have a good weekend. Hopefully easier trading days to come. Oh. Is anybody else seeing entries in this market? Am I missing something? It's just not clear. I think my daughter just woke up. I guess my wife was out in the kitchen and my daughter hears her. All right, so I'm just trying to be chilling. You know, it's kind of market you don't want to trade against the direction. But it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of clear entries to go with the trend. But I definitely don't want to short this right now. All right, so I'm trying to trade more responsibly today. But even if I wasn't trying to trade more responsibly, I really haven't seen anything I would have traded. First entry, second entry, potentially. No, it's not going to set that up. Even if it was, I wouldn't have trusted it. Here's a close right on the Bollinger. Would be good for 5 points. There it is. So that's twice today. It just seems like if you get in appropriately, not late, but get in when you have that close right on the band, they tend to work. But if you do it like me yesterday, where you're getting in now up here way after the fact, then not so much. This thing is just pushing. Where are we headed to? Still a whole lot of room to get back to the highs. I mean, I would expect to retest this high at some point because of the nature of it. But that's a big ask to do it today. If you measure from the bottom, here, from the bottom of the day to here, what does that give you? We're already beyond that. That was to there. First entry, second entry. Don't bet against that trend. How do I trade this market? The only way I see to trade this market is doing these Bollinger trades. That's the only setups I'm seeing. If I can even call those setups at this point. I wonder when this account renews. Account 41. So I've traded 5 days on it, and I'm basically one trade away from passing it. I gotta see when this renews. Account 41. I've got till June 13. Plenty of time. So no need to risk that account on a trade if I'm not 100% certain. This is the kind of day, I mean, you could almost just basically hit the buy button ever since the 10 Eastern news. Just hit the buy button almost anywhere. Could be something like that, maybe. I don't like trend channels. All right, I'm just going to take a couple minute break to say good morning to my daughter, and I'll be right back.
All right, I'm back. Wow, look at this thing go. That is what we can call a strong trend. No doubt about it. Jeez. Just realized that my Bollingers are the same as my trend lines, but I never really use my trend lines. Wow. Is it really just going to take back the whole drop yesterday? It really is. Look at this. That's insane. Just hit the buy button, right? Can't go wrong. I don't know why I'm not just hitting the buy button. I could have passed all my evaluations already. Just go long. Literally no setups on this chart. I mean, when was the last setup? I don't even know. I guess here. New low, first entry, second entry. Oh, here's first entry, second entry long here. I wasn't even looking at these charts back then. Oh, by one tick. First entry, Second entry here. That's this is the last entry on this chart. So all this price action since 10 Eastern, not a single second entry on the chart. I think I gotta maybe I'll put Bollingers on these charts, on the tick charts, and see if that's something. I'll do that over the weekend, I guess. All right, buy here? I don't think so. The market says, yeah, buy there. Future Wealth says I was long at 829. Down here? You got in long there? That's a nice long though. Didn't hold, but you made something on that trade, no? I know you're on your stream, but I'm not watching it. Did you make anything? You're saying you didn't hold it. So you probably took a small amount and it's just done this ever since. At least you made some money on it though. Closed at the high. This high? It's a good trade though. So in theory, you have a break. You should get a retest of this high at the very least. I hate trend channels. Future Well says, yeah, I shut down the stream, but you streamed it. Nice. I'll check it out later. That's a good trade. I mean, I don't know exactly where you got in, but if you got out at the high, got over 10 points maybe. I'm jealous. Future Well says no more trading for me today. I don't blame you. That's a good trade. If you just bagged 10 points or something in that neighborhood, why sit around for a market that's so tough to trade? Yeah, roughly 10 points. Yeah, great. That's a good way to go into the weekend. 3-day weekend too, by the way. No trading Monday. The market, I believe, is open for like that, couple hours or whatever it is, during the regular hours, and then I think the overnight session. But I'm sure it's going to be just really slow. It's usually very small movement, very low volume. So I won't be trading Monday. Alma's back. Welcome back. I had to drive my way to the rat race. Welcome back. All you missed was a 100-point move? I don't know when you left, but we just had a 100-point move. More than a 100-point move. Since 10:45. 105 points. And I've got no trade still. So I went from 10 trades yesterday to none today. I guess I got it all out of my system yesterday. I mean, I've got more than enough accounts to last me for the month. That I just, would I buy 10 or 12 accounts, I think, because I lost a couple. So that's, over $160. Maybe I spent just 180-ish bucks to load up all these accounts this week. Mama says, oh my God, my bias was right. I missed that. It was so choppy before that. Left so much on the table. Oh, this is future wealth. Left so much on the table. It hurts seeing it. Yeah, but I mean, how do you know? Look at what the price action was before that. And I wasn't sure about longs at that point because we already had 2 legs up that was defined, and we had what looked like, potential to roll over. But then it just turned out to be what looks like it just turned out to be 1 leg down, 2 legs down. And then tag you're it, and it just takes off. I mean, I wouldn't have been expecting that. Now I'm looking at it, and I'd look at it like this is all 1 leg. 2 legs. So there's the target, which strangely enough is where it's starting to feel like some resistance again. So I don't know. If you start seeing stuff like this where you can measure these legs, and then maybe combine it with like what I'm thinking with the Bollinger Band. Oh, I just sneezed real hard. Maybe you can take an entry, or not you, but me. Maybe I can take an entry with the Bollinger Band concept if I can execute it better than I did yesterday. Although today it would have worked no problem no matter where I got in. And then instead of going for the target, if you're brave enough to, or if I'm brave enough to just trail candles, be up here, I guess. That could have been a trade for me. If it was yesterday, that would have been a trade for me, even without the measured move. Futures Well says this hurts more than losing a trade. And then Amma agrees. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I just don't look at it that way. It's like if I don't have a setup, then I know you were in the trade, so you're thinking like if I just held. But I mean, I'm like you. Like, how do you hold? Like, if you can bag 10 points, you're really gonna hold for like a hope and a dream, hopium that the move is gonna be 100 points. Like, how often does that happen? Yeah, I think you did the right thing. If I can bag 10 points, I'm bagging it. Even if it's going to go 100 points more, like, you did a great job. You grabbed 10% of the move. Like, that's a great trade. I wouldn't feel bad about that at all. It could move 300 points, and I would think you did the right thing. I mean, you got out when there was a pullback. It made a new high. Like, there's nothing that says it has to go higher at that point. It already made a new high. So it very much could sell back down, and it very much could have just ended up being a range that it barely broke out of, and it could have come all the way back down here for all you know. And then your winning trade could have turned into a losing trade. So I think you did the right thing. You can't look back and go, oh, but this happened, so therefore I wish, I should have held it, because this wasn't guaranteed. What was guaranteed was the 10 points you bagged. So I don't know if that makes you feel better, but I'm jealous. I wish I bagged 10 points. So you did great. Futures Well says, yeah, I know, but I usually have a break even and it would have never hit. Yeah, it's circumstance though, because maybe you were kind of seeing things in some sort of way similar to how I just described. And with this pullback happening the way it did, like I bet when you were out of the trade already and you had your 10 points and you saw this start to happen, I bet you felt pretty good about where you exited at that point. Future Well says, all good. You make your 10 point. Yeah. I think you did great. I think you did great. I don't know what your, I don't know what you saw that got you into the trade, but whatever it was, you saw things well. Future Wealth says, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So feel good about it. I mean, forget all this. Like, this is like, yeah, if you're waiting for this every time, you're going to end up giving your money back most of the time. Because this usually will not happen. These are just strange days. I mean, literally, I mean, look at these strange days. Like, got the NVIDIA news, it spikes in the overnight, and then I would have expected to retest this high yesterday, and instead it sells off, and you think it's rallying. I would have thought, okay, now we're going to go back up there and test it, and then another huge sell-off, which I mentioned in my review video. It makes sense in the context of the news, the NVIDIA earnings. It does make sense that it took it all back, because that happens all the time. But now it's taking it all back the other way again. It's just like, it's crazy. These are huge moves. I mean, from the NVIDIA news to the overnight high, 330 points up. And then from the high of the overnight to the low, 404 points down. 330 up, 404 down. I mean, these are crazy moves in the market. And now we've got, from the low of yesterday to here, we're almost at 300 points back up. I mean, this is insane. And most people are struggling. Most people are struggling getting trades and getting winning trades. It says, me too, I guess. I'm up 142. Futurewell says, I think I explained it on stream, but didn't go into extreme detail of what I saw. Yeah, I'm going to check that out. I want to see the trade you took and whatever you did say about it. I'm interested. I'll check that out later. Amma says, it's just that I thought it was going to be a big payday for me today. Yeah, I know how, I know when you get into that kind of mindset or feeling, you have a bias, you're right, and then you're not able to capitalize on it. It's frustrating. I forget what I was kind of saying at the market open. I think my bias was long too. I don't remember. But I didn't know it was going to be like a 300 point up day. You know, I mean, we're up 200 for the day according to where it closed yesterday, but we're up 300 points from where yesterday's low was. So, I mean, it's like, I really didn't think that was going to happen. Here's the daily. I mean, look at this. We're just attempting for all-time highs all over again. It's pretty insane. I wish I was one of those guys that could be like so excited. This is insane. This is going crazy. This market is crazy. I don't have the energy for that. I'm still in my GameStop play in the hole. I made some money on the initial move on the first day I got in and got out, and then I got back in. So I'm in the red. It looks like it's trying to make a little bit of a push right now from the lows of the day. Hopefully that keeps going. GameStop craze all over again, although the mainstream media seems to be wanting to keep it on the down low. I don't think they're into it. I don't think they like it. But if you're not watching GameStop, I would take a look and pay attention. Not financial advice, but there's something going on there. And we all saw what happened in 2020, 2021. Something going on. It says my Bitcoin is finally green after 2 years. That's awesome. I think I got in at 52,000. Well, congrats on that. I hope it keeps going for you. I've never done Bitcoin. I've never, I don't know. I've never felt like I could trust it. I remember somebody was telling me in 2013, 2014, 2013, they're like, yeah, man, you should get some Bitcoin and just bag it. It was like, I don't know, I feel like it was like 6,000 at the time, or 5,000 or 4,000. It's like, I don't know. I just don't know what to think about it. I don't know if I trust it. Imagine if I just bought some back then and just held. I know there's been a lot of ups and downs, but Future Well says I normally trade sim to get a feel for the market before I take an actual trade on my account. So you'll see me do that on stream a couple of times, just a heads up. Oh, interesting. That's not a bad idea, just to like see if you're reading the market right. I kind of like that. It's pretty smart. I guess for me, the only thing with that is, do you ever feel like, oh man, why did I waste those good trades on sim when I could have bagged it in my account? I guess that's the only thing I'd be questioning if I tried something like that. I'd be like, oh, especially if I got a loss once I flipped it over. Because I used to kind of do a similar thing. I used to take my first trade on an evaluation, and if I get a win on the evaluation, then I'd switch over to my PA. And then it's kind of the same concept, because the evaluation I didn't care about as much, and the PA obviously cared more. And then the times where I would get a win on the evaluation and then get a loss on my PA, I'd be like, oh man, if only I took the first trade on the PA, I would have had a win. And then could have gone to the evaluation and had a loss on the evaluation where I cared less. So Alma says, oh man, why? Alma says, me too. Yeah, I don't know. It's all like mind game trickery. Whatever works for your psychology is the best thing to do. Everybody's so different. I don't dislike that idea. I think it's actually pretty smart. The thing is just like, I don't know, the way I trade, there's potentially so few trades in a day, depending on how strict I'm being with my setups, that just watching this thing, you waste a couple on sim, for me, I might not get another trade after that, for all I know. So I kind of feel like I have to take advantage of them when I see them. So look at me here. I mean, it's already at what, 11:30 East Coast, and I've got nothing. Just watching this. First entry, second entry, potentially setting up on tick chart. It's my other tick chart. Kind of the same story. First entry, potential second entry. It looks real not good at the moment. Far from the EMA. Hasn't even been able to get back to the EMA on this chart. What about this one? Closer to the EMA here. Just shy of the measured move though, so it's practically as if it reached the measured move. Yeah, this would be exactly the situation where I get sucked into a long trade on my tick chart and get a losing trade. After, you could just push the buy button anywhere during all this time. Like an hour of time where you could just push the buy button. Basically, you win. But the 1 minute's telling kind of a different story. Five-minute, first entry, second entry. Is this where it rolls over? Yeah, I would still expect to retest this high now, I think. It's not currently setting up. First leg, second leg, which it's gone beyond. Tested the EMA on this chart here. It's the first time it's actually had a close below it. Well, I'm considering a long depending on what this candle looks like. All right, so locking in the win. All right, too bad I didn't take that on the evaluation that's so close to passing, but hey, I got a trade. I did it. I got a trade. I took a trade. Amma says ICT power of 3 ending here, so I can't trade. And congrats. Thanks. This was the BS system trade. It's been a while since I've seen one of those. Been a long, long while. So if this wasn't the BS system trade, I would have been setting a target for like up here. But when I trade this way, I use my auto stop strategy. So, but I did it. I got one. I got one. All right. So trade one, EV 43 and 45. So just because I wasn't feeling confident with the tick chart BS strategy, I didn't take it on the evaluation. I needed just one more trade, and as you can see, that would have passed it. Oh well. I got less. That's weird. I got less on my 250K account. That's supposed to be trading 6 contracts than I did on the account that's trading 4 contracts. That's weird. I noticed too that one account was on longer and I had some error messages that came up off screen. So I'm guessing somehow I got a little bit less on my leader account for whatever reason. Kind of bizarre. All right. Yeah, I get to put a win on the board. Let's do that. One more win, and maybe I will get to 50% for the week. Geez, that's just dismal. All right, so this was really just a situation of not so much trusting my tick chart and the consistency of it, but just looking at such a powerful move up. You know, if I were to draw this trend, it's like really clean, right? So just expecting a retest of that high. And then we had a bounce off the EMA directly off of it here. And this is the first close we've had below it since this strong move up. So with a strong bar like this right off the EMA, I just figured, you know, I would think that we would retest the high. I don't like that. It seems like we basically already had the measured move. And if I wasn't using my auto stop strategy, I would have just wanted to be, I would have wanted my profit target to be below this level. So, you know, depending on how much below that level I was, maybe I missed that target again right now, which happened to me recently. And then I ended up letting it go all the way against me and then ended up turning into a loss. So in those situations where I'm doing that, I either got to make sure I get my break even +1 in when it goes that far, but also I think if there's any hint of price moving against me, I just need to get out of the trade. And that goes back to the future wealth thing earlier where he bagged 10 points. Like to me, I'm not sure how big of a move this was, but yeah, all the way to the top is 1275. So, you know, if I'm in a trade, I'm going for potentially like 14 or 15 points and it comes up just shy, I'd rather bag the 10 than potentially, you know, it's all the way back down to break even, getting break even or even worse, you know. So it's just in the eye of the beholder. It's super bizarre. Just super bizarre to me that the 250K account got less because it was supposed to be trading 6 contracts. So I'm not sure why. And it did. It traded 6 contracts. I can see it. And the other one traded 4 contracts. So for whatever reason, it didn't close until later with the Replicanto copier. Something, I don't know, something happened. I don't know how the leader gets, maybe, I know. Maybe the leader, I know what probably happened. The leader came out of the trade where it did for $436. The follower probably got stuck in the trade longer because I saw one of the accounts didn't close right away. It makes sense that it was the follower that didn't close. And then with the new settings in Replicanto, after so many seconds, if the leader is already closed and the follower hasn't closed yet, then it'll close it out automatically. They'll close out the follower. So I guess it closed it out later and I got even more. So that's pretty cool, I guess. So I got about 4 points, 16 ticks, but I must have got more on my follower account. Alma says, can you explain this BS trade? I'm not sure when you wrote that. Did you write that before or after I explained it? Because I thought I did explain it, but it's on the tick chart, and I had a first entry long here, this big. So we have a new high. We have a first entry long above this bar, this green bar. It's the first time it attempted to go higher, and then it dropped down, and then above this green bar is the second attempt to go higher. So in my mind, I'm expecting a retest of this high because this is a intact trend up with no retest. And we're right at the EMA. And then, like I said earlier, just going back in the history of this move up, the first time it pulled back, it couldn't even get to the EMA. Couldn't get here to the EMA here, couldn't get there, couldn't get there, couldn't get there. So it's a super strong trend. So we already know. The first time it reached the EMA, it catapulted, right? So that was just a single first touch off the EMA. The long. I think that about wraps it up. And just going back to, my BS system is just always on the tick charts, as opposed to these 1 minute charts. I mean, let's see my trade on the 1 minute chart. Is kind of actually the same story. This is a new high. And there's a first entry long, just wicked first entry, attempt higher, and then a second entry, basically in the same place where I entered. All right, I'll be right back. I hear my daughter upset, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. My daughter was having a little bit of a meltdown, so I had to go calm her down. I'm back. Let's see where we're at. All right, so we still didn't retest the highs. See, I had that trade here. All right. Forget what I said here. Basically got about 4.166. A little bit of a discrepancy between the two accounts. But I'll just say 16.6 for now. Still just shy of that measured move. Still really expecting a retest of the high. All right, so let's see. This was day 3, traded on this account, the 250K, and day 1 here. So a long way to go on the 250K. Still need to make over 13,000. Still need to make 300 here to pass, and then obviously all of these accounts to go through. So need a whole lot more than one trade a day, but still early in the cycle of all of these accounts. So not really sure what's happening with this market at the moment again. Looks like first entry short, second entry short with a failure. Didn't get very far. Kind of looks like a new range right here. All right, actually I need like 2 more minutes. I'll be right back.
All right, back again. So what is this thing doing? I don't know. Unsure. It's the 1 minute chart. It's one of my tick charts here. New low here. I don't know. Just expecting to retest the high is all I can imagine. Just what it's looking to do. Maybe ultimately reach that full measured move. New high, first entry, second entry here failed. I don't know. No way for me to get into this. Not that I was here for it. All right, so I think we're going to go up and get to this high again, but not sure how we're going to get there. I'm not sure I can see a setup to get there. Definitely not going to see a setup to get there on the BS charts. There's not going to be any setup for long on these charts, so five-minute chart, first entry, second entry, failed, but still, I guess that would be maybe the trade, but it's way far away from the EMA. I don't know. Not a trade I would take there.
see. First leg, second leg, got there. First leg, second leg, got there. Kind of a first entry, second entry long here. Just not a lot of room to this. £3. Yeah, so that was the right idea. It was such a small room, but I guess that should have been a trade I should have taken. Yesterday I would have taken that trade, no problem. That would have been a great trade yesterday. Just to get out here. The only thing I was thinking here was I wasn't sure, with the Bollinger Band, I'm not studied enough on it to know, like, okay, we just came from a failed break out of it and the high of it. Does it have to reach the bottom of it? So I was wondering if it was going to be like kind of a little bit of a fake out and then go. But that was a good trade right off the EMA above the Bollinger Mill. So just something I want to see as I move forward. All right, here's this Bollinger Band situation, say on this bar, but It has to go above the bar for it to matter, which it doesn't seem like it's doing. All right, so still just the one trade. I think that was a good trade. Obviously, could have got quite a bit more. Daily. Amazing. Just distracted here from my daughter's school. Sent videos for what they're up to at school today. So just watching. First entry, second entry here, but it's all stacked up. I don't know. Going from the bottom, you'd expect it to go to the top, but there was also this level right here that maybe it's still playing a role. All right. Had not been paying attention, but looks to me new low, first entry short, second entry short below this bar, and then it went up as if it was a failure before it's now working. So technically speaking, I can't trade on this chart anymore. So I'm down to this one. As far as BS charts. Oh, actually, it's 9:30, 12:30 Eastern. So I don't trade this strategy after this time anymore anyway. So I'll continue to watch this for signs of anything to be learned as far as the price action. It's kind of looking potentially like range-ish here. But I'm not going to take any more BS setups directly. So I'm really just going to trade off the 1 minute. Just not seeing anything I like. Just very wary of shorts. There's clearly some kind of level summer around here. Just judging from this as well. Yeah, be here, be here. All right, so hang in here and see if something comes up for another hour or so. I'm actually looking forward to a long weekend and not trading, and hopefully not thinking about trading, and just get my head right after a difficult week. Nothing too exciting going on for me here. Still a whole lot of chop. Right. Really no idea what's going on here. Just chop. And from new low, first entry short, second entry short. It's just back and forward. Seems like it's coming down to here, but there's clearly a level of support here. Goes back to here. Another thing I noticed on Bollinger Bands. It seems like kind of like touches one side twice, it'll go to the other side. Touches like once, twice up here, goes to the other side. Touches once, twice down here, goes to the other side. I mean, there's more touches in that, but like the extremes. Just observation. I'm guessing this will be the move that finally gets the retest of the high. I don't see any way to have gone into that trade personally, but oh, talk about a failed breakout. Is this more like this? A lot of volatility here. I'm tired. I'm having a hard time just even focusing on this chart. Let's see, tick chart. New high, first entry long. So maybe if there's some kind of second entry long that sets up down here, I'd consider it potentially. But there's only one level of support here, so I'm not sure how I feel about that. And sorry, I closed below the EMA once. Now we've got potentially more closes below the EMA. Okay, changes the picture for the long side. This is just really like the bigger range. Like that. If I was going to measure from this one, be first leg, second leg. Oh, look at that. So seems like wherever this might set up for a second entry long, if it does it off this bar, it'll be too far high for me to consider it. So I think if a first entry, second entry off the bottom were to set up here, I might be interested in taking that. Might be off the bottom here, I think. Definitely not taking a second entry off of this here. No rim to the EMA or the midline of the Bollinger. All right, didn't trigger yet. All right, so I'll be interested to see what the next bar is after this one. All right, let's see what happens here in the next minute. Getting too high. Tick chart still never triggered a second entry. First entry, and then nothing yet. This is about to trigger above this bar, which I don't love. Or maybe not. New low. Oh well. Let's see if there's a big buyback or not. Saw that yesterday, situation like this. It's trying. Guess not. All right, so uncharted territory here. About one leg down like this. Two legs down like this. Failed breakout maybe. And then here comes the buyback. No, no follow through. If this bar had come all the way back up here and finished strong up here, I would have wanted to go long, but definitely not thinking that now. Ugh. Oh man, I'm tired. I'm ready to not be trading for 3 days. It's funny, I went from a 10 trade day to a 1 trade day. It's pretty interesting how that happens. Not that the 10 trade day was great for me, 5 and 5. I'd rather be 1-0, honestly. It's just in the prop firm game, 1-0 doesn't really move the game along very far for you. This is a second entry here. It's so stacked up. Failed breakout. Kind of have like 2 touches of the Bollinger at the extreme here. Kind of expecting it to go back to the top, but just more of this observation. So I'm not ready to trade it because of that. Oh, there he goes. Look. That's what I'm saying. I keep seeing this. Like two touches with the second entry. And it goes to the other side. So I was thinking that had the right idea. It was at the measured move, the bigger measured move. One leg down, two legs down. So I had a hunch, but not conviction to take the trade there. It's a good trade though. Failed breakout on a bullish day. Such small risk. Either way, this one 19 ticks. This one 31 ticks. The nice thing on the 1 minute chart is the ATR is always relatively low for the most part. 27.5 ticks right now. Whereas on the tick charts, this just, I wasn't paying attention. This finally just triggered the second entry here. Already worked. But tick chart, 58 tick ATR, big difference. That's why my risk was always so big on the BS strategy compared to a lot of other people on the 1 minute. It's just never that big. I mean, it can be, but it's typically not. So this chart remains to be good. I mean, I'm not trading the BS system this late anyway, but I don't think I would have taken that trade anyway either. It's just not a lot of room to the EMA. Ugh. Just another interesting day. Here's the daily again. So it doesn't seem like it's going to get it all back to the top, but man, it really took back the whole sell-off so far. So this was a first entry, second entry long. Maybe if there's a higher low above the EMA right now. Never did touch the top quite yet. Off the middle. I don't know. Consider it small risk. Just don't like that it's below the EMA. Probably still good to go up here. Yeah. I would have been out right around here. Okay, got 5 points already. Right idea. I wanted this to be a little bit stronger. And then I would put my take profit right here at this level. I honestly wonder if I'm trading this way on the 1 minute, if I could just remove the EMA and just trade with the Bollinger. That would be a perfect trade if I wasn't looking at the EMA blocking it. Right off the midline of the Bollinger. Didn't touch it quite yet at the top. Came from the bottom. You expect it to reach, at least touch it. There's a second entry. It's a higher low. I don't know. Maybe I gotta consider that just for the 1 minute chart. Midline played resistance here of the Bollinger. Here it played support. All right, so this on the 1 minute chart, there's first entry short, second entry short, failure above, but just no room for me to trade it above. So just chilling. Still think it at least needs to touch the top of the Bollinger. coming off the bottom from here. Seems like as long as I've been watching it, every time it bounces off a touch on the bottom, it always actually touches it on top before it can go the other way again. So I'm just still observing it and seeing if I can make a use of out of it. All right, so here it goes. It's like this is all making sense to me, but reasons to stay out. So here's another situation, close on the top Bollinger. So that would be my profit target. I'd go for 5 points. See if we get there. Just observing it. I burned myself yesterday taking these because I waited and got in late. Alright, so let's see what happens here. Wouldn't have reached my profit target yet. And then I have no idea where I'd put my stop. I think I would put my stop under this bar. So I'd just be risking the bar itself. In this case, I'd be risking 28 ticks. So if it gets to here, I would win. If it goes below here, I would lose. Be this. If it gets to this, it would lose. think technically I would still be in here. Let's see. 96 would be where my stop is. It would have tagged me right there. So that would be a loss. So I want to work this time. The other thing that I didn't try yet too is we reached the measured move. What's the measured move up? First leg, second leg. Man, these measured moves. There you go. 2 legs up and a pullback. Just works too often. Sometimes I forget to even look, and then if you take a trade and you don't even look for the measured move, this might be the situation. All right, it's 10:30. I'm really tired. It's been a rough week. I think I'm just going to call it. I don't know if I talked about it yet, but they extended the 90% discount until next Thursday, May 30th. So I bought all these accounts thinking that the 90% sale is going to be over, and it continues. So 90% continues, the 1-day pass continues, the 250K promo continues. You actually have until June 15th now to pass the 250K. So for me, I'm up almost 2K. I need to make 15K. I have until June 15th to make the 50K, or the 15K. And then I can still be able to get the lifetime fee of $85 if I pass for the PA. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's cool. It certainly lets me continue to trade next week. I don't have to be as tight as I was today. I can take more chances. There was definitely, I think, 2 more trades I could have taken today that I stayed out of. This higher low, and I think it was this one, first entry, second entry. So there's 2 trades I could have taken. I was just conservative today, coming off of a day where I was just trying anything and everything. So, all right, I'll be back. Monday is a holiday, so I'm not going to trade Monday, even though the market's open for some hours. It's usually just completely dead and not worth the time. So I'll be back on Tuesday for a live stream. And thanks for all the likes and subscribes. Come check me out again on Tuesday morning. And hope you had a good trading day and a better trading week than me. I was only, where are my stats? 9 and 10. I think it's 47%. Maybe it's 48%. Let me take a look real quick. I didn't really actually calculate it. 9 divided by 19. No, I was right. 47%. So 47% for the week is pretty horrible. And I used to be 82% overall, and I've gone down 4% over the last, I don't know, month or so. So not a good sign there, but and very limited orbs to take lately, but my percentage is still really good on it. I don't know, maybe this Range is about to fail completely since it's now tried to make the new high multiple times. 1, 2, 3 times. Lower highs each time. Seems like this is about to break, but anyway, if you keep trading, good luck and have a good weekend. I've said it all. I'm out of here.